Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I meditate on the land of Vrindavan, which is filled with unlimited transcendental trees, creepers, deers, birds, beautiful groves, charming lakes and streams, and unlimited jewel-studded mountains. The divine couple, Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, enjoyed their unlimited Rasa Leela pastimes here in Vrindavan. Oh friends, have you not suffered many times the pangs of hell in this material existence? Have you not enjoyed so many times the unlimited happiness relished by Brahma, Indra, and all the living entities of this world? If you have, then do not consider the happiness and distress of this body, but simply reside in Vrindavan. For Vrindavan is the essence of everything. Even while living in a faraway place, and even while engaging in sinful activities, if a pious person offers his obeisances to just a blade of grass in the forest of Vrindavan, even once, then at the end of his life, such a person, by the grace of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna, who are his life and soul, will certainly attain the lotus feet of their lordships. Let my head repeatedly bow down with devotion at the lotus feet of those who are blinded by the fragrance of the sweet smell emanating from the lotus feet of Sri Gandharvika. Let me bow down with devotion at the lotus feet of those whose bee-like minds wander about Vrindavan, overwhelmed with the eternal transcendental mellows of ecstatic love. Glorious indeed is one who is able to worship the land of Vrindavan. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome to day 4 of the Govardhana retreat. Welcome back to Vrindavan. Welcome back to Govardhana. We are beginning immediately with His Grace Burijan Prabhu. Burijan Prabhu, are you here?
Just trying to open it up all the way. Yes. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Should we begin?
Yes, Prabhu.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Nama Om Vishnu, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tanamane. Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pacharane, Nivasesha Sanyavadi, Paskatya Desatarane. Om Agyanataminandasya Jana Jana Salakaya, Chaksu Samanatanjena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Sri Chaitanya Manabhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sapandantika Vanchakalpa Trubhascha Kripa Sindhu Vayevacha Patitaram Pabhinebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. I wanted to read something that was relevant from yesterday's class and speak a little bit about a question that naturally comes up when we hear about Sudama's, rather Krishna's ideal relationship with his spiritual master. And I even received a question that what happens if we don't have that type of an intimate relationship with our spiritual master? So I'd like to speak a bit about that, but before that, I'd like to read something about what really struck me as I was studying, not just reading, but studying and trying my best to think about the deep meaning that's being revealed in the pastimes of Krishna, along with his teacher, Sandipani Muni in Avantipur in Ujjain. So what really struck me very, very deeply, I'd say it was one of the deepest points that hit me, and I think it was practically speaking, a transformational point. It struck me that deep, is that what Krishna really wants and what Krishna consciousness is really about, and what Goloka Vrindavan is really about. It's about, well, we already know it, but it just struck me again. It's about bhakti. It's not about the external activity as much as the sincere and affectionate devotional offerings that we make. So when I thought about that and the need for that, of course, I was it was very humbling also, because one of the dangers of doing something every day is that it tends to become mechanical, and mechanical means with no feeling. It means with no bhakti at all. So in any case, After thinking about how the dealings in Gurukula between Krishna and his teacher, and Krishna and the other students even, and Sudama and Balaram, how filled they were with bhakti, especially how Krishna learned the system that he learned in, that he served, and the teacher's heart melted. And he bestowed upon him everything that he had, and so this is what I wrote spontaneously as I was studying this to a friend, Nitai. This is what I wrote. What really struck me as I studied Krishna's time with his guru in Gurukula is how personal Krishna's education was. He lived with a teacher, his guru, Sandipani Muni, and there Krishna naturally underwent hardships to serve and please his teacher. And as a natural reciprocation in return for his students' heartfelt actions, his heartfelt service, the teacher, Sandipani Muni, shared his knowledge. He trained Krishna, and offered Krishna his heartfelt blessings. The entire exchange was neither mechanical nor automatic, but it was a reciprocation of affection, of bhakti. And bhakti, this is the taste that pleases Krishna. Education then becomes quite a clear path. The giving of knowledge, the service, the blessings, all simple and sincere and naturally enacted with gratitude and bhakti. But today's education and everything else, getting food, for example, is so different, so impersonal, so unsatisfying, so bhakti-less. Instead of growing your vegetables and in doing so interacting in an interdependent way with the earth, the sun, the clouds, the rain, and the sky, one's experiences foster the view that vegetables, wheat, rice, milk, and fruit are produced from the aisles of a supermarket. Instead of interacting with weavers, tailors, and blacksmiths, our experiences today train us to view all products as manufactured in factories. Facts, skills, wisdom, and even medical advice is bestowed upon us by the internet, the great World Wide Web. The members of our virtual community are our internet friends, likes, followers. These virtual non-realities become significant to us. Yet, despite all the gratification it produces, a sad and impersonal deadness, overwhelms our Kali Yuga hearts and removes from our thought processes all finer sentiments. We thus become more and more selfish, miserable, and lonely. No longer does one have the finer sentiment that a cow is our mother because she supplies milk, nor a bull is our father because the farmer uses him to till the earth and produce grains that sustain us. Let them therefore be killed when they are no longer economically profitable. Instead of having finer sentiments, children grow up with their first experiences of life being a virtual world, an illusory world within an illusory world, but dangerously alive with games filled with immediate gratification, war, conquest, and violence. This is Kali Yuga consciousness. So this is more or less what spontaneously came to me in my consciousness after studying this incredible pastime of Krishna in the Gurukula, serving, living, giving an example of what education can and should be. So, and then comes the question though. Yes, this is ideal, this is wonderful, and we may yearn for this type of intimate service and training with our guru. Few actually will have it. Srila Prabhupada, I even heard him say this, just myself and Jagtini Mataji and one other devotee, Tusta Krishnaraj, was in the room with Prabhupada in Melbourne in 1975. He said, I wish I could train all my disciples personally, but what can I do? Because Krishna had given him a different order, a different inspiration, a different instruction. But what he did do, and that was that instruction, that inspiration, was to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world and all over the universe practically. But what he did do was train his senior disciples to train the younger disciples. It was also like that in every traditional Gurukula. Prabhupada also trained us to consider Vani or instruction more important a way of association than Vapu, than physical association. And Srila Prabhupada's own example of seeing his spiritual master only 5 or 6 times was really to that point. And Prabhupada, on the other hand, was so strongly focused with a serving mood on the instructions, on the desire of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. He knew his heart, he knew his desire, and he even had a personal instruction in this regard. So he focused and meditated and acted and associated always and was trained in that sense by that divine order. So also what we can do if we don't have that facility, and most of us again will not have that facility, we should focus on our part in the relationship with our spiritual master, with Krishna, because there are 2 parts in every relationship, my part and the other person's part. And we often focus on what the other person's part is, and that helps not at all. But if we focus on what our part is, we should take shelter of service. Then, somehow or another, by the power of bhakti, by the power of that sincere attempt to please, Krishna will somehow or another, by virtue of that attitude, will reciprocate. And he, the Adi Guru, the Chaitya Guru, he will do his part. After all, again, he is the Chaitya Guru. He's within everyone's heart. Savasya Chaham Radhisana Vistu. He's the Adi Guru. He's the original Guru. And if we sincerely try to do our part to please Krishna, then somehow or another, Krishna will guide us. As our Satyanandana Maharaj was saying, that Giriraj will talk to you. So either through the King of Mountains or through Panchanga Bhakti, which we should also take shelter of, through the association of devotees, the Srimad Bhagavatam, the deities, the Dham, and the holy names, Krishna will take care of every sincere devotee if somehow or another, by the circumstances, he has no other way to take care of directly through the spiritual master. So many gurus, Shiksha gurus from Prabhupada's books, and he will take care of everyone. What I see, the only problem is, it comes from me, is that there's a lack of sincerity, lack of sincere attempt. The lack is not on the other side. So I just wanted to sort of catch up with yesterday's, something that really struck me and that touched me, and let's see if it really transforms me. But it really entered within me from studying that section of the Srimad Bhagavatam about Krishna's time in Gurukula. Now, Krishna was explaining that to Sudama. They were recalling their times together in the Gurukula. And then there they were back. And Sudama had come all the way to see Krishna on the request of his wife to beg some wealth so that they could live just live, practically speaking. And Sudama had brought with him that chipped rice that his wife had begged, and he had tied it up in some old cloth, and he had tied that into his rags, practically speaking. And Krishna, and the first verse in this 81st chapter, it says that Krishna, Lord Hari, he perfectly knows the hearts of all living beings. Now, there's just a message that popped up. Please. This isn't the best time to be reading messages on the screen, though. But thank you. Please listen to this. It's just a simple, it's the Bhagavatam. It's a simple part of an introduction, almost saying something else, saying that Krishna knew that Sudama had brought something with him. So Krishna, Lord Hari, perfectly knows the heart of all living beings. Well, that means he also knows my heart. And if there's some lack that I'm experiencing, he also knows that. And if there's some sincere devotion that I'm experiencing, he knows that. We read carefully the Bhagavatam, and the Bhagavatam being Krishna, like the holy names of Krishna, like the Dham is no different from Krishna, like the deity is no different from Krishna, like the devotees are Krishnas. They're alive, and they are fully capable of reciprocating and training us if we keep our consciousness awake, sincere, and open. So Krishna, being especially devoted to the Brahmanas, the Supreme Lord, who is the goal of all saintly persons, while he was speaking in this way with the best of the twice born, with Sudama, with his friends, he spoke the following words. And all the time, while he was speaking, he was looking at Sudama. Beautiful Krishna was looking at Sudama and smiling. He was smiling because he saw the bundle of chipped rice that Sudama was carrying. He knew it, and he wanted it. And the last thing that Sudama wanted at this time was to give it to him, because he saw Krishna's opulence. He saw that Krishna was the husband of the goddess of fortune. And there he was with some meager, begged, stale, chipped rice. How could he present this to Krishna as a gift? But Krishna decided, I want it, because it is given with Sudama and his wife's devotion. So he was glancing at Sudama with great joy, our acharyas say. Diva Goswami says he was looking at him with joy, with pleasure, with curiosity. And he said, "Oh, Brahmana," as if he didn't know, "what gift have you brought me from home? I regard," I want to read this verse, because it is, in one sense, the essence of the message that is reassuring. Because before we were watching Sudama, and now we're watching Krishna and getting to know Krishna, because we have to know the quality of this person. Yes, he's a person. He's a supreme person. What is his quality? Is he some cruel master sitting upon a throne throwing thunderbolts at everyone? If you don't do what I say, no, this is Krishna's mood. He says, this is the third verse, Kim upayanam anitam. What have you brought me? Brahma me bhavato grihat. Oh, Brahmana, what have you brought me from your home, from your grihat, from your home? Anu means infinitesimal. Anu. Anu, or small, like we know, Parama Anu, the smallest, supreme smallest, or the atom. Anu up aparitam bhakta, that even if my bhakta brings me something so insignificant, premna buddhi eva me bhavet. But he brings it with pure love, and that is the issue. If he brings it with pure love, with unselfishness, with please accept this, this is all I have. Please accept this. Indeed, it becomes very, very great for me. And then on the other hand, because he uses the word buddhi many times in this chapter, on the other hand, buddhi abhakta uparitam, that if a non-devotee brings me something that's buddhi, that's very great, but a non-devotee, because what non-devotee means, no love, no devotion. If he brings me something, na me toshaya, I am not satisfied. Kalpate, that gift is not sufficient to give me satisfaction. So go to the next, please. This is the BBT English translation. The Supreme Lord said, O Brahmana, what gift have you brought me from your home? I regard as great even the smallest gift offered by my devotees in pure love. Anu uparitam, but even buddhi, great offerings presented by non-devotees, they don't bring me any tushyati, they bring me no satisfaction. And then in the next verse, Krishna speaks again. And it's not that he quotes the Bhagavad Gita, but he says the Bhagavad Gita verse, very famous from the 9th chapter, 26th verse. He says, it's patram pushpam palam toyam, yo me bhakta priyachati, taraham bhakta paritam asnami paratatmanaha. That if you bring me something, even if it's a leaf, a flower, fruit, or water, I will accept it, I will eat it. If it's done bhakti paritam, if it's done with some devotion, some desire to please me with bhakti. So, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur or in the purport, the BBT purport, they say, well, let me just read Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's comment. I accept whatever my devotee offers with devotion. Something may be tasty, something may not be tasty, but that which is given by my devotee with devotion, thinking that it's tasty, thinking that I'll enjoy it, it becomes very tasty to me. It becomes very tasty to me without me thinking twice about it, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says. And even more astounding, bewildered by the prema, by the love of my devotee, I also eat the flower that he offers, which is acceptable, but it's not edible. Do I not eat that? I eat that from my devotee, who has a pure heart, and from no one else. Or I eat that from a mind, from the mind of my devotee who's fixed in devotion only. I accept his offering and no one else's. So So even after Krishna was speaking in this way and encouraging Sudama, Sudama was so hesitant. His mood was, "You've requested me." This is the Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur is saying, "Please, Lord, don't make me ashamed of the gift that I've brought for you. I know you've requested me again and again to give it to you. But I've made up my mind, looking at how meager it is, so small it is, how unsuitable it is. I've made up my mind not to give it to you." And Krishna says to him, because Krishna wants it. He wants this gift. He's hungry for it. He thinks the intention is so important. The intention with which you brought this gift to me. You carried it all the way as you walked from Sudama Puri. You didn't throw it away, you didn't throw it in the water, it didn't become burdensome for you. You've carried it with you, and your desire that you intended me to have it should not be frustrated. Why? Because you are my devotee. If you want to make this offering, you please make it. And Sudama was embarrassed because Krishna was the husband of the goddess of fortune. So it was very difficult for him to give this to Krishna. Now, and here's a comment that will come out by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in the next verse that really struck me. It begins the answer to the question about how Krishna, or why Krishna allowed Sudama to fall into this circumstance. Being the direct witness, this is text 6 and 7, in the hearts of all being, Lord Krishna fully understood why Sudama had come to see him. He came to beg some wealth. Thus he thought, in the past, my friend has never worshipped me out of a desire for material opulence, but now he comes to me to satisfy his chaste and devoted wife. And Krishna at this time decided to give him wealth and riches that even the demigods cannot attain. But Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, as described in the BBT purport here, he says that the Lord, who already said so many times that he knows everything, he wondered, how is it that my devotee has become so poor and did not even get sufficient food to maintain himself? How has this happened? I know everything, and still it has happened. So Krishna is saying, somehow or another, I wasn't aware of this. How could the Supreme Lord, who is omniscient, who knows everything, not be aware of the condition of his devotee? So then immediately a doubt comes into my mind. Well, if he's not going to be aware of Sudama, who's such a great devotee and his friend, well, how about, and I doubt again, after hearing all these glorious explanations of Krishna's giving to his devotee, the doubt comes to me again. What happens if I give everything to Krishna, but Krishna somehow forgets about little me? Who's going to take care of me? But this will be answered fully at the very, very, very end. But for now, our acharyas say that Krishna wondered for a moment, and then he thought, I have two kinds of pure devotees. One is like Jada Bharat, who is completely averse to any type of a material enjoyment. And Sudama is like that. And when devotees are like that, I don't force any material enjoyment on them. But there's another kind of devotee, like Prahlad Maharaj, who is not averse, he's not against anything material, he sees it neutrally. He sees material things as my energy. He doesn't want to enjoy them. He's not against them. This is the principle that that Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and Srila Rupa Goswami emphasize Yukta Vairagya. Everything is Krishna's energy. It should be used in his service. So for those kind of devotees, our Acharya says, this is how Krishna is thinking. For those kind of devotees, I give them all wealth. But Sudama was against, so therefore I would not push that upon him. So Srila Prabhupada once said, and in the very early days of the movement, when in the place where he grew up, in Mahatma Gandhi Road in Calcutta, they used to have a picture there on the altar. This was long after Prabhupada left, actually, that I even saw, of a picture of one Indian sadhu, one famous Bengali Indian sadhu, and someone is offering him money, and he's going like this. And Prabhupada said, you can take a photo of me with someone is offering me money, and I'll go like this. Come, give more, give more, give more. Because it's Krishna, Lakshmi is meant to serve Narayan, and unlimited money is required, unlimited facility is required to spread Krishna consciousness. So Krishna was thinking like this, and then immediately, excuse me, I've been told my battery is running low. I better do something about this, like turn on the electricity. And now you've had a few moments to think. So as soon as the desire came in Sudama's heart to get some wealth, then immediately Krishna made an arrangement. So while Krishna was thinking like this, he personally grabbed it, because Sudama was too ashamed of the meager offering to give it to him. He grabbed it, that flat rice, that chair that was tied up in the old cloth, and he began to eat it. And Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says he's thinking, Krishna is saying to Sudama, don't think that this isn't suitable for me. I actually like it very much. Don't think it isn't enough for me. I find it very tasty, and it satisfies me. And I am the embodiment of the whole universe, and this satisfies me. So Krishna ate one palmful of the rice, and he was just about to eat more, and Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune, stopped him. And she's very, very clever, and everything spoken in the land of Krishna, in the realm of Krishna, is very, very sweet. Everything is done in such a sweet way. So she said, please, my Lord, don't eat anymore. Why? Because by your being satisfied with this one palmful, he is going to get so much riches, which ultimately come from your satisfaction. And if you eat a second palmful, he will have completely captured the goddess of fortune. And not only that, if you eat it all, there won't be any remnants for me and the other residents of the palace. So please don't eat anymore. And then she turned to one of her assistants and took that. And with a gesture, she said, this rice isn't suitable for my Lord's tender stomach. Why didn't she just tell that to the Lord? Because Sudama would hear it and he'd feel so bad. So she spoke in such a sweet way. These are the sweet dealings in Krishna's pastimes. So Sudama spent the night in the palace, and he was honored by Lord Krishna, and he felt great delight that Sukadev Goswami is telling to Maharaj Parikshit. And then, after feeling great delight, he the next morning he left for his home. Krishna accompanied him so for some distance. They were talking very gently. Sudama offered Krishna respect. Krishna circumambulated Sudama, and then, without even meeting Balaram, Sudama, feeling great joy, and without asking Krishna for anything, Sudama, feeling great joy, left, walking. So Sudama began to think, in his joy, in his thinking about Krishna. Now, please, now we've watched Krishna, we've heard about Krishna's mood and Krishna's sweetness and Krishna's way of dealing, how Krishna accepts a little bit and sees it as so much. Now we're back to watching Sudama, who came back after seeing Krishna with less than he went, because he didn't even have that chipped rice with him. And he thought, this is the most wonderful thing. I'm the most fortunate person. I'm the most fortunate person because I've had the darshan, I've had the audience of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I've heard that he's devoted to the Brahmanas. I've written out a short summary of the verses that he was thinking, Sudama was thinking, and I've mixed it with the commentaries of the Acharyas. Now I know, Sudama said, how devoted the Lord is to the Brahmins. He wasn't thinking because I'm his devotee, because I'm his friend. No, it's because I'm a Brahmana. I'm born in a Brahmana family, and he's devoted to me. I'm so fortunate because he who embraces the goddess of fortune embraced me, the poorest of beggars, who cannot even afford the proper dress of wearing 2 pieces of cloth. And he who holds Lakshmi Devi to his chest, he embraced me, who is obviously unworthy of embrace. And then comes a very famous verse, Kraham Daridra Papayam. And who am I? I am Daridra, I am poor, I am Papayan. I am sinful because that is why I'm poor. Krishna Srinaketam. Who is Krishna? He's the abode of Shri, the goddess of fortune. Brahma Bandhur iti smaham. And who am I again? I'm just a miserable friend of a Brahman. I'm not actually a Brahman at all. This is who I am. Babubhyam parirambitaha. And the Lord somehow or another embraced me. And Sudama was thinking himself the possessor of the greatest fortune. My poverty is due to my sins and my misdeeds and offenses, and in no way am I special. And yet, that Supreme Lord, the husband of Lakshmi Devi, who has all wealth and power, he treated me with such respect, and he embraced me again and again. He thought that the Lord embraced me. Can we even imagine what it is like to be embraced with arms of Satchidananda by Krishna? But still more amazing, Sudama says, more amazing than him embracing me he sat me on Rukmini Devi's couch, where he always sits and she sits. And he did this with great respect and affection, as if I was his younger brother, like Gada. And then, as I was tired from my long travels, Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune, she herself fanned me with the chamara. Although he is worshipped by the Devatas, although he's the Lord of the Brahmanas, Krishna himself worshipped me with chandan, with sandalwood, as if I, this poor, miserable creature, was a Devata. He worshipped me as if I was his family deity. Rukmini, the goddess of fortune, herself fanned this poor Brahmana. He then massaged my feet, applied ointments to my body, and then in the two final verses of his musing, of his thinking, Sudama said, worship of Krishna's feet, bhakti, causes all wealth on earth, heavenly planets, lower planets, all power. It is bhakti ultimately. These things cannot happen with at least some bhakti. And that worship destroys repeated birth and death. It also awards the attainment of heaven, of Swargaloka. And even if one performs other methods to get there, obstacles must occur. So bhakti gives everything. But, excuse me, but not even performing different processes, but just by remembering his lotus feet, every goal is perfectly awarded. But most amazingly, I performed no bhakti. I only offered him a handful of lowly chipped rice. And finally, go to the next verse, please. Out of his great kindness, the Lord offered me nothing. He offered me nothing to remove my poverty. He did this out of his great wisdom. Please put on the next verse. And he was thinking, if this poor wretch, if this person, he was so kind to me, Adano, if this means this poor person, if he, dhanam prapya, if he gets some wealth, madhyan uchar namam smaran, he'll be so absorbed in that wealth, he will not remember me, he will forget me. Iti, this is Sudama thing, iti kurunako nunam, and therefore out of his mercy, dhanam me, aburi nadadat, out of his kindness and mercy, he did not give me, bodhi means heavy, or bodhi means slight. He did not give me dhanam. He did not give me a slight amount of wealth out of his kindness. But Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur translates that in a different way. And he says, out of his kindness, dhanam me aburi nadarat. He didn't give me a slight amount of wealth. He embraced me. He gave me so much love. He gave me the greatest amount of wealth. And I am the most wealthy because of Krishna, his mercy to me. So this is the glory of these Sanskrit words and the comments of our acharyas. So then Sudama kept walking, and I must speed up a little bit here. And then suddenly he sees what had happened. He sees that Krishna indeed had bestowed upon him the most incredible wealth. The wealth of Indra Dev had descended and transformed his old hut. With the water would come through the roof, and it was just old mats, and it was transformed into the most opulent palace. He got there, and he looked at this. He saw the birds that were now cooing and making their sounds. He saw the ponds full of lotuses. He saw the great, tall, celestial, heavenly palaces. And he saw that he had so many servants, and all the servants had beautiful lotus eyes, and they were looking at him. And they were saluting him as if he was their master. And then he saw his wife come, but she was no longer his wife. He didn't recognize her. She was a beautiful demigoddess, practically speaking. And there he was, still emaciated Sudama. And as soon as she saw him, then he himself transformed into a celestial form. Because if he came in that form originally, then his wife would not relate to him because she was a chaste wife. But so first she had to see him in the form that she had previously known him in. And then after seeing that by Krishna had attended to even that detail. And then they went into the house. And Krishna and Sudama began to think. His wife was crying at this time. Tears were coming from her eyes. And she was dressed in finery and jewelry and lockets and everything like that. So Sukadeva Goswami describes how the pillars of the house had gems and jewels, and the beds were soft and white, something like Krishna's house, but heavenly. And Sudama began to think, I've always been poor. And he began to consider how this had happened, something that we see as obvious at this moment. And Sudama thought this could have only happened by the mercy, by the kindness, by the benediction of my friend Krishna. And when he saw everything as Krishna's gift, his attitude towards wealth, towards the material energy, it completely changed. He saw it as Krishna's gift. Now, he began to think. Krishna knew when I met him, because he knows everyone's heart. He knew that I secretly intended to beg from him. True. And thus, although he said nothing about his gift to me and fulfilling my desires when I was with him, he actually bestowed upon me the most abundant riches. In this way, he acted like a merciful rain cloud that pours down rain at night when the farmer is asleep and the farmer doesn't realize how much he's been given. Now, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he describes something about Krishna's mind and the reason why Krishna didn't say anything to Sudama. He walked him to the gate. They offered respects and affectionate, gentle words, but Krishna didn't mention anything about what he had done. Why? So in the BBT purport, and coming from the words of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, the fully illuminated mind of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he reveals Krishna's thinking. Krishna was thinking, I am the Lord of everything. I'm the embodiment of all the wealth that exists. Sudama wanted to give me a gift, but he didn't have anything. So he had his wife go out begging, and she brought a gift. She brought these four palmfuls of chipped rice, which was more than they owned themselves. He gave me more than he owned, in the more that than he possessed. But look at my gift. I possess everything. There's nothing more than what I possess. So in that sense, my gift to Sudama, my reciprocation with Sudama, yeyitam mampapadyante, I cannot give him in an equal way to what he's given me, because he's given me more than he possessed, and there is nothing more than I possess. So I have lost this transcendental competition in bhakti. And as Sudama was embarrassed to give Krishna his gift, Krishna was still more embarrassed to give Sudama his gift, because it wasn't of equal quality and value. He was embarrassed, and therefore he walked away without saying or presenting Sudama anything in his embarrassment. This is Krishna, and this is what he said earlier, before he said Patram Pushpam Palam Toyam. He said, when my devotee offers me something small, but when done with devotion, I accept it as great. Sudama considered more, and he makes this point right now. The Lord considers even his, but he puts it the other way. The Lord considers even his greatest benediction to be insignificant. And while he magnifies, he considers even his greatest benediction to be insignificant. What he gives, it's insignificant, but he magnifies, make it greater, even a small service rendered to him by his well-wishing devotee. Is this encouraging for our attempts at giving something to Krishna? Of giving something to Krishna's representative? I saw Prabhupada once look at a bookmark in Mayapur in 1976 that one Mataji disciple had given him. And he said, some people would say that I shouldn't accept this because it's from a woman and I'm a sannyasi. But she's given it with so much devotion. She's made it with so much devotion. And he didn't say anymore. It was a bookmark. Thus, with pleasure, magnifying my gift, he accepted a single palmful of the flat rice that I brought him. Now, 36, please. Tasyaiva me sodadisakya maitri, that for him, indeed, eva, for him, tasya eva, what I want, what my desire, meditating upon the qualities of my Lord, my friend, Krishna, my desire is Sorida Sakya Dasya Maitri, Saurya Sakya Maitri Dasyam. I desire, because he's so touched, he's so softened, he's so melted, he's so filled with the bhakti because he's seeing how Krishna reciprocates with his devotees in such a way, even though this devotee, Sudama, thought, I'm not even a devotee. I want Sorida, I want affection to he who is so compassionate to his devotees. I want Sakya, I want friendship. I desire to live in his company. I want Maitri. In the BBT, it is translated as sympathy, but in the purport, it is sympathy or intimate camaraderie, intimate friendship. And Dasyam, I want to serve him. Puna Janmani Janmani Syat. I want to repeatedly serve him, birth after birth, life after life, if that's what will happen. How could one not be touched as Sudama was touched? And then Maha Anubhavena, Guna Alena, Vijjatyas Tad Purusha Prasanga, because so that's what he wanted, but he wanted one other thing too. He wanted to focus his mind only on Krishna and his relationship with Krishna. So our acharyas asked, does that mean that he only wants Krishna and he doesn't want the other devotees? And the answer to that is no. May I also cultivate firm attachment for him by the precious association of his devotees. I want the association of the devotees, because in the association of devotees, naturally, the talking about Krishna and how revealing our minds, revealing one's minds on how Krishna, how kind Krishna is, what our realizations are. These linear relationships, we tend to only look for this upper relationship and please give me, please bless me, please bless me, please bless me. But it's the linear relationships, and our acharyas say the best kind of association is someone a little bit more advanced than us. So by sharing realizations, bodhayantas paraspara, by sharing realizations and talking about Krishna in this very linear way, then everyone develops such affection, such love for Krishna, such, yes, so Sudama also wants that. And Sanatana Goswami, in his comment on this verse, he said, but you want attachment in prema? That is very difficult to achieve. And Sanatana Goswami answers, that is true, but by his power, Maha Anubhavena, it can happen. Now the next verse, and as we near the very end of the chapter, the 37th verse, there's one word, or a few words, Adurga Bodhaya Vikshakshana. The verse says, to a devotee in English who lacks spiritual insight, the Supreme Lord will not grant the wonderful opulences of this world. So it's explaining how the kingly powers, all the opulence that Sudama got, that he's explaining that somehow Krishna has given this to me. So one could say that because of Sudama's spiritual maturity, he's given it to him. And Prabhupada explains this in the Krishna book very, very, very strongly, how Sudama lived in this way, very detached. And he says that he doesn't, if someone is not mature, and the words he uses, a Durga Bodhaya, who has short, Durga means long, and Dirga, and Adirga means short, the opposite of long. Bodhaya means knowledge or wisdom, then Krishna won't give this wealth. So therefore, in the purport, it says, Sudama is thinking that I should be very careful how I deal with this wealth. But Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, again, he translates this word, Durga Bodhaya, in a different way. Durga means long, and Bodhayan means wisdom. And instead of putting it Dirga, meaning short, he says wisdom, long wisdom of as in Om, the first letter of Om, or the Supreme Lord. So when one has long wisdom or great wisdom about the Supreme Lord, then the Lord won't give him this wealth. Instead, he'll give him pure, unmotivated, loving devotional service. And look at me. I don't have that wisdom, so look what Krishna gave me. So Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur changes the meaning around in that way. So because I'm already going a little bit over, I wanted to mention one last verse in verse 40. 40, yes. What happened to Sudama and why he ended up in this position, and why Krishna let him go into that position. So the 40th verse, which is the next to last verse, if we could put that on. Evam savipro bhagavat surit tada, that thus this Brahmana, who is the Supreme Lord's friend, seeing Drisva Swa Britya Ajitam Parajita, seeing how the Lord is controlled and conquered by his servants, seeing how the Lord reciprocates with the devotees, Tadhyana Vego Udgrat Tatma Bandhas, he dhyana, he just meditated on the qualities of the Lord because the Lord had touched him so deeply. He just meditated and meditated and meditated on the Lord. And by thinking about the Lord with such depth, whatever coverings that were there in his consciousness, whatever slight traces were there in his consciousness of illusion, they were removed by this constant meditation on the Lord, who had touched him with such great love, and he meditated and thought about him with such great love. And therefore, by his constant meditation, in a very short time, he attained the Supreme Lord's abode, either Vaikuntha or Dwarka, the Acharyas say. So, what happened and why did Krishna leave him in such a poverty-stricken condition for so long? One reason, or when one studies this pastime, one sees that Krishna had not forgotten Sudama. He was continuously blessing him. Sudama was a fully detached and renounced Brahmana devotee, but he had a desire in his heart to live that way. And as Jagatrini Mataji pointed out to me yesterday, that Sandipani Muni had actually blessed Sudama along with Krishna, saying, may your desires all be fulfilled. So there he was, living as a renounced, detached poverty-stricken Brahmana. But, as our acharyas noted, Krishna would not force him to take anything against his desire, as he didn't force Jad Bharat. Yet, there was an attachment to this in Sudama. He was attached to the concept of himself being a renounced, renunciant Brahmana. He had a little pride. And Krishna let him live out that pride. He hadn't forgotten him. He let him live it out for some time. And then at some point, he said, enough. And Krishna, the greatest of doctors, then prescribed his special medicine for Sudama. And he brought him to Dwarka. He gave him that medicine unbeknownst to him, and it was material wealth. But it wasn't considered by Sudama material wealth at all. But it was the medicine that he needed that removed the concept from his consciousness that I am a renounced, detached Brahmana, but rather through his meditation on Krishna and Krishna's wonderful kindness and Krishna's wonderful qualities and Krishna's wonderful mercy to him, by meditating upon that, that concept was removed. And he became a verse, not a verse, but detached, and used everything in Krishna's service. Some of our acharyas explain he kept on sleeping on the floor, but he used everything in Krishna's service and no longer was a verse. And then the verse says that very, very soon, acharat, very soon, because this last obstacle of attachment to something that was basically spiritual, that concept that was assisting the spiritual, that detachment from matter, but because it was tinged with pride, something that we should be very careful of. And therefore, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami says that first of all, hitvadamba, first we have to give up pride. This is his first instruction in his Manasiksha. And then, when that was gone, immediately, Acharat, very soon, Krishna took him home. He took him home to Vaikuntha, to Dwarka. But another little point that is revealed, or before we just mention this point, that I'll say that in the final verse, it says that anyone who hears this account of the Supreme Lord's kindness to, no, don't put on the verse, please. Don't put on the verse. Don't put on the verse, please. Anyone who hears this, of the kindness of the Supreme Lord to Brahmanas, because of their purity, because of their qualities. What qualities did Sudama have? When he was miserable, he saw it as Krishna's mercy. When he saw Krishna and had no wealth, he saw it as Krishna's mercy. When he got so much wealth, he saw it as Krishna's mercy. If one hears about this, his kindness, one will come to develop love for the Lord and thus become freed from the bondage of material work. So wonderful about Sudama and the benedictions he got in his meditation by experiencing the qualities of Krishna in his own life. And this is what our life is for, to do service and we were talking about this in the beginning, we do service, we accept some service and do it for Krishna's pleasure and see how Krishna reciprocates and begin to trust Krishna and his reciprocation and discuss it with devotees in the association of devotees of how Krishna is so kind and he's done this, he's done that. Try to do some steady service and he will reciprocate. but still two less points. One point is that why is it that Krishna made poor, weak Sudama Brahmana? He left him at the gate and he left him to walk all the way back. Why didn't he at least send him in a chariot or something like that? So there was one verse when I read this in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam. I became so happy. And the verse was from 11:14:16. With the dust of my devotees' lotus feet, I desire to purify the material worlds which are situated within me. With the dust of my devotees' lotus feet, I desire to purify the material worlds which are situated within me. Thus, I always follow the footsteps of my pure devotees who are freed from all personal desires, wrapped, absorbed in thoughts of my pastimes, who are peaceful without any feelings of enmity and of equal disposition anywhere. So Krishna perhaps was secretly following behind Sudama and wanting Sudama to purify his whole kingdom as he walked home by the dust of his lotus feet. And still one last point. Here in this Bhagavatam, these last 11 chapters in the 10th canto describe, as I mentioned in our first introductory class, they're like a summary. What Krishna wants us to remember, or Srila Vyasadeva or Sukadeva Goswami wants us to remember as we end the Krishna's Vrindavan Leela, Krishna's Leela and Momi Leela. So this is the first of those chapters, the first two of those chapters, and how, like Sudama, one sees the exalted consciousness of someone who will attain the spiritual world, Vaikuntha or Dwaka. But in the next chapter, in the 82nd chapter, where Krishna meets the residents of Vrindavan at Kurukshetra, we will experience a still more wonderful level of devotion. We will see the most incredible devotion of the residents of Vrindavan, of Nanda Maharaj, of Yashoda, that so captivates Krishna's heart. And then, above all else, we'll see Krishna interacting with the Braja Gopis after having left Vrindavan and not seeing them for several years. And then he meets them at Sanihit Sarova in Kurukshetra, and the interaction is the sweet. It is so sweet that it causes Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to dance in ecstasy at Rath Yatra year after year after year. It's bringing Krishna back to Vrindavan, because there is Radha and Krishna and the gopis and Nanda Maharaj and the cows, but without Vrindavan, it is incomplete. And that comes in the next chapter, in the 82nd chapter. Okay, thank you very much, Hare Krishna. Well, we've gone over again, and I so much wanted to have time for questions and answers, but we didn't start exactly when we hoped to start. But I do have this is my favorite of all the videos, and I'd like you to see it, because it will also bring us to Vrindavan, and it will show us how Krishna is so attached to Vrindavan, even when he is in Avantipur. Hare Krishna. So if we could place that video on, please.
Krishna. Today we're going for an adventure. We're going to Narayan Gram, the place where Krishna spent the night with Sudama when they went out collecting firewood and got caught in a great storm. Let's go. Ground floor. Oh, Trini, let's go to Narayan Gram. Okay. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So we go to Narayan Gram today?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Let's go. We're right in front of the temple that's established where Krishna and Sudama came, and were lost in the night during the great storm, which was like a devastation. Let's go inside. Let's see what's inside. I think there must be a deity of Krishna, and there must be a deity of Sudama here, and there's some ancient trees too. Let's go. Damodar Kund. I wonder what pastime of Krishna's is connected with this place. Shiva Lingam over here. This is Damodar Kund. How was it dug? Is there a story behind this?
Sudama wanted some water to drink. He felt thirsty. So Lord Krishna guided that you dig here, and from the very small finger, he started digging.
Sudama.
Sudama. And that's how this kund was created, just to drink the water.
For Sudama to have a drink.
Yeah. In the guidance of Lord Krishna.
Yeah. And these trees grew from the wood that was
Bunches.
just left behind.
Yes.
Something that was left behind.
He was telling that when they both slept after cutting, they walked 1 kilometer here, and they put their bunches here, and then they were sleeping. While sleeping, when they woke up, some of the bunches, they started this green, the leaves came over and like that. And they remained some of here, and they took the daughters. It was like that.
Trees here all seem so old. Old and sacred, connected with Krishna's pastimes. When Krishna and Sudama were here, they had left some wood behind when they had gathered some wood, and they had left little pieces behind, and those little pieces grew into this tree over here. Radhe Sham. Radhe Sham. Radha. Wait. Jai Jai Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki Jai. Radhe Sham. ग्राम से
बागला
हाँ बागला बागला
हाँ पार्वती से जुड़े हुए
हाँ दूर नहीं
हाँ इन्हें पास में जी
हाँ थैंक यू हरे कृष्णा राधे श्याम
राधे श्याम.
And there's a second tree that we'll see in a few moments on the other side. Sri Krishna, Miley.
when all the pilgrims had left, the Pujari kindly let us enter the temple's inner sanctum.
Krishna and Sudama, they are so merciful.
Yeah, and the Pujari is too, their servant is too.
हाँ ये सुदामा कुछ टेबल है क्या पंडित जी जिससे कृष्णा को भी हाथ बना वीडियो हाथ हाँ आप जो बोल रहे हो वो भी आ रहा है शालिग्राम हाँ शालिग्राम I guess so.
खींचू नहीं देखो देखो
मैंने फोटो खींची ना चलते हट
राधे श्याम
राधा उन्हीं को फोटो बताओ
स्माइल नाम क्या
वैभव
हाँ
वैभव
विभव
वेदिका शर्मा
योर शर्मा
शर्मा
शर्मा वेदिका
शर्मा वैभव शर्मा
विभव शर्मा सिस्टर
हाँ
वेरी गुड
वंशिका शर्मा
ओके ओके
वंशिका शर्मा
हरे कृष्णा बोलिए हरे कृष्णा
बोले हरे कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा हे
कृष्णा कृष्णा है
oh flute you play the flute Monkey
The reason why the name of the place Narayan Dham is because
Is Narayan Gaon or Narayan?
Narayan Gaon, because when it got late, the Krishna and Sudama was here and it got late, so Sandipani Muni came here and he was calling Krishna like Narayan, Narayan, and so that's the reason the name called Narayan
Okay.
Gaon.
He was calling Narayan.
Yeah.
Narayan, Narayan. So he knew.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. As soon as we left the sacred temple's grounds in Narayan Gram, a flower seller directed us to visit the nearby golden mountain, Swarnagiri, for that was where Krishna and Sudama had actually collected the firewood.
रोड पे से बाहर दिख जाएगा पूरा
यहाँ मकान है नहीं देखने से तो
Thank you. Radhe Shyam. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So they went to this mountain.
Yes.
जाएगी गाड़ी
More hai.
मोर है
कहाँ है भाई?
गाड़ी बंद कर दो वो उड़ जाएगा बस हाथ में घुमाना
This is where Krishna and Sudama were collecting the firewood. And they were bringing it back when the storm started. Incredible tree.
just like Vrindavan. On this forest path to find the place where there is a lake my adventurous walk. Look at this wonderful tree here. Krishna Sudama. This place gives a whole other meaning to Sudama's pastime with Krishna. Why they wandered out here so far from
messages for
Avantipur.
us. What to do.
It's clear. This reminded Krishna of Vrindavan. So beautiful, so sweet. Hilly, there must have been lakes everywhere, beautiful and green. So he must have been feeling the most incredible separation from Vrindavan here. And that's the sweetness of this place. Hare Krishna. This place is amazing. It's just like Vrindavan. When Krishna came here with Sudama, he must have really remembered Vrindavan. The hills, lakes everywhere, the kind of vegetation it is, the village life, it's just like Vrindavan. Just imagine how much separation Krishna was feeling from Vrindavan when he was here with his friend Sudama. And in Vrindavan, he also had a friend named Sudama. How mysterious. Cows, peacock feathers, peacocks, birds, lakes, just like Vrindavan. It's been an amazing day going to visit Krishna and Sudama, and I hope you enjoyed your part of it too, your visit along with us. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna was feeling separation from Vrindavan in Avantipur. So, Prashanta Mataji, do we answer questions or not? I have a few questions here. One question, as we are waiting, Krishna's identity was concealed from Sandipani Muni, but then how at the end he asked for extraordinary Guru Dakshin of getting his dead son back with a view that only Krishna can give it. So in the beginning, he didn't understand who Krishna was or who Balaram was, but gradually he understood as time went on that this person was actually the Supreme Lord Narayan. And therefore that the place, I'm not sure how the video
looked where you were, but it was a bit jumpy on this side. But when the village where Sandipani Muni met Krishna and Sudama after they had spent the night is called Narayan Gaon or Narayan Gram. And the reason it's called Narayan Gram is because when Krishna was there, the Guru was calling out, "Oh Narayan, oh Narayan, oh Narayan," and therefore the village is called Narayan Gram. So therefore, after some time, he understood who Krishna actually was, and therefore asked him for such an extraordinary gift as Guru Dakshin. It is also said by Srila Jiva Goswami that it is well known that Krishna took instruction from Sandipani Muni. But what is less well known, Srila Jiva Goswami says, is that Sandipani Muni's philosophical understandings were uplifted by Krishna, and Krishna there in his own way instructed Sandipani Muni. And you can see this, although that Sandipani Muni was a Shiva Bhakta, when you go to the Sandipani Muni's ashram, he's wearing Vaishnava tilak. Now that after Krishna's visit. So that's one question. And another question is, what are the reasons for Sudama's poverty-stricken life and reasons for Krishna allowing that? I tried to answer that at the end of this class. And you said that, another question, you said that we have to know the qualities of the Supreme Lord. Isn't it enough to love Krishna? How can you love someone unless you know their qualities and really love and appreciate their nature and their personality? Yeah, that's part of love. It will be very superficial, fleeting love if we don't really know the person, and knowing the person means knowing the person's qualities and their nature, and the depth of appreciation of that really means love. Now, those are the questions that I have right here, right now, but I remember two from Gaura Hari from a previous class, where asked that he asked me that Krishna was following strictly brahmachari vows, and therefore he walked all the way to Avantipur in 72 days, but he was also giving in charity. Why wasn't he following? He didn't put it crudely like this. Why wasn't he following that part of brahmachari vows? Well, that Gargacharya had initiated them into second initiation and given them Gayatri brahmacharya. So there's different kinds of brahmacharyas, like there's different types of householders. So there's different types of vows of brahmacharya that one could take. And this one was for a certain amount of time. And also it was obviously to not travel in any vehicles. And it's obvious also that there was no prohibition against giving charity. And also Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he used to tell his householder disciples that they must give charity. Otherwise, if you don't give charity, your heart becomes hard. And in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 18th chapter, Krishna himself says there are certain things that should never be given up, although many things should be given up, but certain things should never be given up, regardless of how pure one is, even for sannyasis. And that one of those is charity. So that was one question, and there was a second one that I can't remember exactly at this moment. Yes. So, Prashanta, unless you have some other questions, there are some probably on my screen here, but unfortunately,
Hare Krishna Prabhu, I just sent you another question.
Okay, because the state of my glasses, and how do we understand the contradictory statements that on one hand, Krishna felt he can't reciprocate Sudama's gift, and on the other hand, Krishna knew exactly how to cultivate Sudama's devotion by bestowing upon him material opulence. This is from Gilad in Israel. So the Krishna is very, he has two parts of his consciousness in one sense. And of course, we can't really understand the incredibly unlimited consciousness, the unlimited consciousness of the Supreme Personality of Godhead with our finite mind. But two aspects of his consciousness, as explained by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, are one is he's Sarvagya, which means he knows everything. And another part is Mugdata, which means more or less that his consciousness is compressed. So at certain times for the experience of rasa, of sweetness in his dealings with devotees, somehow or another, in a way that we can't understand, obviously, his consciousness becomes compressed so he can have increase the sweetness of his exchanges with his devotees. This happens in Vrindavan all the time. It's everything that happens in Vrindavan, where Krishna suddenly he can manifest all his powers and chastise Indra, and in another moment, Mother Yasoda is shaking her finger at him and holding some rope, and tears are truly coming from Krishna's eyes. So this is real. He's not imitating the way that humans act, but he has this inconceivable consciousness that allows him to taste rasa. To basically, it's the sweetness, the madhurya aspect of the relationship that compresses Krishna's consciousness. So many examples can be given of this. Was there another one, or have we already run out of the time that we've already run out of? Here's one.
Hare Krishna. Oh, you have more. Okay.
How do you develop complete trust in Krishna when for every devotee that he protects, he chooses to let many of his devotees go through such difficulties that it generates fear in the heart? But this was the message, or one of the main messages that I hope to convey, is that in this class, is that you have to apply this. It's not academic study, as His Holiness Sachinandana Maharaj said in his class. It's not for academic study and to memorize, but it's for application in our life. So we do service. We hear this, and we hear Shastra, and we know that Krishna protects his devotees. And then we do service. And we try to serve Krishna, please him. We do our part. And then we see how Krishna reciprocates. And when we see how Krishna reciprocates with us, when we see that, then like Sudama, we can also meditate on Krishna's wonderful caring for devotees as insignificant and as fallen as I am. And when the devotees who are suffering, as we call suffering, by Krishna not taking care of them, that was another of the messages from this class, that even when Sudama was so-called suffering, Krishna was not neglecting him at all. He was giving him what he wanted with the plan to very soon bring him home. With Maharaj Parikshit, he allowed him to become cursed, and we could, from our very limited, finite point of view, thinking that if I were the Supreme Lord, I would have done it in a different way. But Krishna had his plan for the Bhagavatam to be spoken and to bring his beloved devotee, Maharaj Parikshit, home back to Godhead very soon. So from our perspective, it seems like one thing, but when one looks at our existence, our life from the point of view of eternity, it will seem quite different. So we tend to look at things from the perspective of 1 year is a long time, or 2 years is a long time, or even 15 minutes is a long time, or an hour is a long time. But Krishna sees things from the perspective of eternity. And Srila Prabhupada also saw a sadhu sees from the perspective of eternity. So what's good and what's bad, what's favorable, what's unfavorable, what's auspicious, inauspicious, the perspective really changes when one sees from the point of view of eternity. So how do you develop complete trust in Krishna? So that I would like to ask you that question myself. What will it take for you to develop complete trust in Krishna? Will you think about that, please? Because it's, in one sense, the most important question, because at the time of our passing from this world, all the extras that we depend on in our life, that we take shelter of in our life when we're in difficulty, they will all be ripped away from us, and there will be us and Krishna. And will you trust him then? So this is life. This is devotional life, and clearly we're going to need the help and association of devotees. At least I will. And I've seen with so many devotees who have left this world. It's one of the opulences of living in Vrindavan. People come there to leave this world, and I've seen how Krishna gives some special help to his devotees. He has so much help to his devotees when it's time for them to leave, and he carries what they have and preserves. He gives them what they lack and preserves what they have. So what will it take for us to really trust that? That's a question we should ask ourselves. Shanta?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you so much for giving time for some questions. We have an avalanche of questions. More questions will be taken tomorrow. There is a 1 hour, 15 minutes session of question answers. So both Bhurujan Prabhu and Sachinandan Maharaj will be taking questions tomorrow. So we are saving all your questions. They're not getting lost. And some of them will come up tomorrow. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for this wonderful narration of Sudama's pastime. Today was especially very touching. Thank you so much.
We try our best. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
You have to make me little, because it's hard for me to just push the button. I think it's impolite. Thank you.
Hare. All right, we'll immediately transfer our consciousness to Govardhana. Today we are visiting a quite unknown place. It's a kunda, very, very close to Giriraj. It's hidden. Mostly people do not know about this kund because you have to go off the hill maybe 30, 40 meters. And then there is this place, which was visited by Airavata, the elephant of Lord Indra, to take some water from there. So we are visiting Airavata Kund. And please notice there is a special pilgrim there.
विलासा चरुतानुसारी भक्ता विलासा चरुतानुसारी दुग्धादिचौरेण यशो विशारी कुमारितानन्दित घोष नारी कुमारितानन्दित घोष नारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी धनवृंदचारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी ब्रजेन्द्र शर्वातिक शर्मकारी ब्रजेन्द्र शर्वातिक शर्मकारी महेन्द्र गर्वादिक गर्वहारी वृंदावने वृंदावने कंद फलोपहारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी मना कलानाथ तमो विदारी मना कलानाथ तमो विदारी वंशी रवाकारी तत्वकुमारी राशो शवोद्वेल रशाब्दिशारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी मम प्रभु श्री गिरिराजधारी मतदिपोदां गतानुकारी मतदिपोदां गतानुकारी लुण्ठत् प्रशुन्ना प्रपदीनहारि रमो रमिस्पर्शकरा प्रसारी रमो रमिस्पर्शकरा प्रसारी मम प्रभुषी गिरिराजधारी मम प्रभुषी गिरिराजधारी भक्ताविलासा भक्ताविलासा चरुतानुसारी भक्ताविलासा चरुतानुसारी दुग्धादिचोरेण यशो विशारी कुमारी सानन्दित घोषणारी कुमारी सानन्दित
Hari Hari. All glories to Sri Airavata Kund. Beautiful moments captured around that very holy place, sacred place and holy place. I hope you captured the pilgrim. He had two horns. Let us now hear from His Holiness Satchidanand Swami the lessons, life lessons from the Govardhana Lila. Maharaj, are you there?
Hare Krishna, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can,
Good.
perfectly.
Good, good. Thank you very much. It was very nice to see the forest in which Lord Krishna and Sudama persisted and stayed during that monsoon storm, because it makes everything so real. And in the same way, these pastime places which we see in between, yesterday Ter Kadamba, today we started with Govardhana, from the place where we usually give our retreats, from that perspective, and now Airavata Kund, it makes us feel a little bit, yeah, this is a real place, and the Lord did really do his pastimes there. At least, at the very least, these places, when we visit them, give us some impetus, some inner awakening call. Oh yes, let me see about Krishna's Leela. I want to now sing a little kirtan with you. Thank you, Burijan Prabhu, for your excellent presentation and revealing so many things, like also the change of perception in Sandipani Muni's mind. I think he was captured at the very first meeting where Krishna and Balaram came with firewood into his ashram and begged him to save them from the perils of being in the clutches of birth and death. And then so many pastimes Krishna did, so that Sandipani Muni, as perception changed, his understanding was uplifted. That was one of the many things I personally got out of there. What to speak of the answer why at the beginning Krishna seemed to ignore the poverty of his devotee, but then at the end gave him a very extraordinary medicine to cure his pride and renunciation per se, renunciation without Krishna bhakti. So yes, very enlightening, and I really encourage you all, as the listeners to Bhujan Prabhu's presentation and the other presentations, to go after the presentations, you know, when you have a little free time, to go over them and extract some of the principles and some of the nectar and think about them in your own time, so that the Krishna Katha can continue to echo in your mind and purify you. It's only through reflection, which is done after hearing, that we can somehow bring these pastimes to a deeper place within us, so that one day they become as real and as undistinguishable as the lines in marble in our heart. So yes, let us please sing, just to change the energy a little bit around. You might also like to stand up for a moment, swing back and forth, but I promise you this time it will not be difficult to listen to the last session of Govardhana Leela. There are some very surprising secrets which will come out. So let me also put my clock here at the beginning. Yeah, we are ready to start. Let's all together chant the pranam mantras to Prabhupada, and then Namo Vishnu Padaya. You're not participating. I see a few windows. You have to now it's time to practice, no? Once again, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Satarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radhara Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And everybody, one last time, preferably from your heart. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. I want to affectionately welcome all of you for the third part of Life Lessons from the Govardhana Leela. Before I start, I would like to again talk a little bit about what we are doing here. We talk about Krishna and we show his pastimes places. Now for the faithful, looking at these places and hearing about Krishna, this acts as a means to increase their faith and perhaps help them to connect with feelings of gratitude towards Krishna, of affection maybe, of wonderment. Wow, he's so special. For the faithful, this hearing and then visiting, at least in our mind, these pastime places, this increases our bhakti and hopefully instills some devotional feelings which are necessary to anchor our bhakti so that it will not disappear so quickly. But many of us have not yet faith in Krishna Katha and the pastime places. Everything seems to not go as deep as for some of them. But please take courage. It will work. I remember a few years ago, I was in Vrindavan town, and the devotees, knowing that I speak the German tongue, the German language, said, "There's someone from Germany here, please talk to him." So they brought me in contact with a scientist from Germany who had a leading role to play in the Max Planck Institute. Those of you who know the science of physics know that Max Planck was a colleague of Albert Einstein. He was really a high-ranking scientist, and there are institutes which he formed. And my person, my contact was working in one of these institutes. And he was clearly on what we call the mental platform. Oh, he said, "I don't know how I got here. There are no proper hotels in Vrindavan. But somehow I got here, and can you just show me something of Vrindavan?" So I said, "Yes, with pleasure." And I decided to use the atom bomb of preaching. I took him smilingly to Keshi Ghat, and then I said, "Here's the sacred river Jamuna. Let us take a bath." He said, "Oh no, I will not take a bath in this river. I know when I enter there, all the chemicals which are drifting there, they will eat up my hands and my limbs, and I will suffer from intolerable diseases like diarrhea." I said, "Watch me taking the bath." So I put my things to the side, I put on a gamsha, and I took some drips of water on of the Yamuna on my head. Then I looked at him, and I took a handful of Yamuna water, bringing it to my mouth, and said, he was, "Don't drink, don't drink, don't drink, you will die." And I touched it with my lips and smeared it over my head and said, "I'm still alive." Then the bath came, and he watched me with wide open eyes, ready to call the ambulance. And I came out. It was a very blissful bath, really wonderful. And I said, "So, what was this all about?" I wanted to show you, by giving you a memory that you will hold in your mind for a long time, that for the faithful person, the experience of Vrindavan is one thing, and for the person who is not yet convinced about spiritual matters, it's something else. I invite you to make an experiment. There are two positions. There is God, there is no God. When you take the position there is no God, you will live a life in that circle, in that understanding. When you take the position there is a God, there is Krishna, there is Holy River, you live a very happy life, like you can see the people here in Vrindavan. And I want to say to you, aren't there things which are beyond your understandings? Does anyone really understand quantum physics? Albert said, or no, Max Planck, I remember. Max Planck said, anyone who claims to understand quantum physics does not understand it. It's so beyond the intuitive understanding of reality, and also still beyond the scientific understanding of reality. So why don't you invest in this position? There is God, have a faithful, blissful life, and maybe you will be convinced that there is a God. He said, Mr. Monk, I take your point. Then I brought him to some other places which were digestible for him. Radha Raman temple, very elegant. We parted ways, and 4 months later, both of us were back in Germany. I received a letter of my science friend. His first name was Carsten, the last name I don't know any longer. And he said, I have not forgotten what you wanted to show me. My sister had died 2 weeks ago, was it? Yes, 2 weeks ago. And after this I was grieving, and I was in my bed one night, and my sister came. My sister said, you fool, look at me, I'm here. I've died, but I'm continuing on. And I want to tell you, there definitely is a God by whose mercy I'm continuing on in my life. So I'm shaken. I write these lines to you to give pleasure to your heart. Please know that what you did, what Vrindavan did to me, was very useful for my spiritual awakening. I will definitely now start to read. Can you please recommend a title to me? And I sent him a book which I always send to new people, The Science of Self-Realization, where Srila Prabhupada gives a very gentle entry into the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. So my point is here, Vrindavan Dham acts in 2 ways. For the one who is faithful in Krishna Katha, and it increases. But even if you are newer to all of this, and it is still quite challenging at times, it acts on your heart, and it will give you the realizations which are important for you to take your next steps in Krishna consciousness. Having said this, I want to first deal with the devotees of Krishna, how they experience the Govardhana Leela. Then I want to go to Indra and explain how he experienced the Govardhana Leela. And I think it will be quite interesting. So we remembered, we left off when Krishna lifted Govardhana hill. Remember, he went to the southern part of the Govardhana hill, the southern edge, and from there a tunnel manifested. He went right under, and he then started to carry Govardhana. Here he is. The mountain you have to see with the eyes with the eyes of your mind. And he called out, "Come, mother, come, father, come. Elders, oh venerable elders, please tell everyone. The mountain is up as your protective umbrella. It will be your umbrella. "Come, everyone." And everyone followed the order of the Lord and went towards Govardhana. But when they saw Krishna lifting the hill, they couldn't imagine to enter under. It was it seemed to be a shaky situation for them. In fact, Mother Yashoda stopped everyone from entering. She called out, "Can't you see my little boy who does not know his own limits will not be able to hold the mountain?" So when Krishna saw his mother sabotaging his Leela, he was slightly irritated, like a boy who doesn't like that the mother always bemothers him. And he called out to everyone, "Don't listen to my mother, who is simply afraid that Giriraj will slip from my hands. Come immediately, it is very safe." Later he used to say that Giriraj has become, there was a question, how can he lift this hill? And Krishna said in his joking way, he flies. We all have seen he is a devata who was eating all our preparations with thousands of hands. He can perform miracles, we all have seen. So he easily flies in the air. At this moment, Srimati Radharani turned to Vishaka and she said, "Oh Vishaka, my dear Vishaka, look how Krishna puts his right hand on his hip, and he has such a bright smile. Even by holding this huge hill, the brother of mountain Mandara and son of Drona, Giriraj, he's just smiling. The bumblebee of his glance touches my heart and causes it to tremble like a flower who is moved by the bumblebee." So at the moment when Radha looked at Krishna and Krishna exchanged glances with her, Krishna's hand began to tremble. By now everyone was under the hill and they all noticed that the mountain became shaky, just like Yashoda had predicted. And Syamala, another gopi, came to Radha and whispered in her ears, "Don't look at Syam Sundar. You're disturbing his weightlifting activity. The weight is lifting, he has lifted, is trembling. Can't you see that you cause serious difficulties with your very eyes?" This went on. There were many loving discussions like this going on. Why did Krishna, this question needs to be addressed right now, why did Krishna choose to protect the Brajbasis by lifting a Govardhana hill? He could just have sent his Sudarshan chakra, which would have dispelled all the clouds and the rainstorm. He could have done so many things. He could have thrown a rope, which he carries to bind the cows, extended it and put it around the neck of Indra and just pulled him down and punished him. There were many, many things, and I don't want to bore you with creative solutions to the problem. There are thousands of other ways to protect the Brijbasis. Why did he hold the Govardhana hill, and why for 7 days? Could he not have ended Indra's vicious attack with the rain and so earlier? Well, he had one thing in his mind. He understood that every day most of his devotees became very sad when he left the village of Vrindavan. Only the cows, first the calves, then later the cows, and then at all times the cowherd boys were with him. But he left the village of Vrindavan every day. You know, the devotees felt so much of separation from Krishna that they fainted for misery. If you see Krishna once, you will never forget him. But these devotees lived in the same village with Krishna. But then when Krishna disappeared, went out of the town's gate into the forest, they suffered, what is the word? Excruciating pain. Excruciating pain. It was tormenting their hearts. They fell over each other. Yashoda cried helplessly. Nanda Maharaj lost his temper. You know, Krishna is so attractive that the cowherd boys who walked with Krishna through the forest were so irritated when they only saw Krishna, did not see Krishna for a millisecond. That was the time when he passed by a tree and they only saw the tree and not Krishna. Then Krishna came fortunately into their view again when he had passed the tree. My dear devotees, Krishna's attractiveness is very, very, very great. Great saints have left the world. Rich men and kings have left everything behind just to be more, welcome Krishna in the core of their heart. It is the greatest project. Many Hare Krishna devotees have left untold riches because they could feel, even at a new stage in their life, the attractiveness of Lord Krishna, so that they left the world behind with all their comforts. Some of them come from very rich families and had been placed in very high positions, but they could understand, no, this is much better, Krishna. Both sadhakas and siddhas, that is, practitioners and perfected, have responded to Krishna's attractiveness. Therefore, let us now go under the Govardhana hill a little bit. No, I have not explained the point. So Krishna knew every morning, most of the residents of Vrindavan thought, I wish I could be with Krishna all day long, but he leaves for the forest. So Krishna had taken note of that desire, and therefore he thought, what if we are together for 7 days and 7 nights? That would be wonderful. So it is for this reason, the second reason, that he lifted the Govardhana hill. For some, this is the prime reason, because they understand he could have finished finished Indra very easy. He could have finished the whole thing very quickly, but he delayed. treating Indra in a very special way, and we will hear this after some time. He delayed dealing quickly with the problem because he wanted to respond to the desires of his devotees to be with him. So how did he do it, and what went on under this hill? There is a verse which appears in a collection of verses by Rupa Goswami, Padyavali. It's verse 265 for those souls who like to read it again. It explains how Krishna realized his plan to exchange love with his devotees. Here is the verse for you. Satrashati Yashodaya Priyaguna Pritrekshanam Radaya. Oh, I just noticed not everyone, including me, understands Sanskrit, so I will immediately go to the English. When Krishna was holding up Govardhana, Yashoda looked at her son with a mixture of fear and great distress. Fear that the mountain would fall down from her Kanaya's small hand. Such a huge mountain, such a small hand. And mental distress from wondering how her weak little boy could hold up such a huge mountain. Yashoda must have seen that when a leaf fell down on Krishna's soft skin, it left some indentation, some discoloring of the skin. So soft her little boy was. Now he had to carry on his soft hand the hard mountain, and that gave her great distress. Now Radha was in a different relationship and therefore saw Krishna entirely different. Sri Radha beheld her beloved with eyes full of intense love. She could look at Krishna for 7 days and nights. Yes, when you see Krishna, you don't want to sleep. It's so too unnecessary. You are so energized. Even the old people who were dying, when they look at a picture of Krishna, they get energy. So what to speak of seeing Krishna with the eyes? And she just stared at him, even in front of all the elders who would have criticized her in any other situation. And she was just admiring his unlimited qualities. There were some very small cowherd boys, little, you call them in Braj language, Shishu. Shishu, it means very sweet little boy, like this. And they were naked, totally naked, no dress. Just a little rope around their waist. And they looked at Krishna lifting the Govardhana hill. And with their little soft, indistinct voices, they said, "We can help Krishna, we can help Krishna." And they took their sticks, little naked boys, and brought them up to hold the mountain, but it was too small. They were very small. It didn't reach. So they were standing there still wanting to help Krishna. Sri Nandaji now, this is the father, the king of Braj, he looked with a variety of emotions. One emotion was astonishment. I mean, this is 7 miles long, this mountain. How can a small boy hold this? Another emotion was, let me get this right here, fear. What if something happens to Krishna? And then there was great pride in his heart. He sometimes looked to the Brajvasis, the others, and look how strong my boy is. He thought Krishna is my boy, my son. This is the fatherly Baba. I remember I was once very ashamed. I had finished a class. There were many people in the class in Hamburg. And then all of a sudden my father, from whom I took birth, got up. And I already knew what would come now. He said, first of all, he wanted to show that he also knows something. So he spoke about some law of physics. Yes, we have talked many times. In physics, what you have said is about frequency is totally confirmed, blah, blah, blah. And then he said, you are my son, and we have talked many times about it. I was like, oh, now the whole hall knows about a private family thing, and they know how my father likes to brag a little with his knowledge. Most probably that is also in his son. And sons always feel towards their parents, oh no. But the parents feel towards their son, when they talk before many people, wow, my son, and was very proud. So Nanda Maharaj also, he is the origin of the parental rasa. He felt, wow, now everyone sees how supremely strong my boy is. He will make a very good cowherd. When he is a little older, very good cowherd. We don't need to be afraid entrusting our cows to his care. And he was wonderstruck. He thought, only Bhagavan can perform such a feat. I don't know how my little Lala could do it. The author, Sri Sonaka, pronounces a blessing. May that Sri Krishna, who easily held up Govardhana with his lotus hand, at the same time was absorbed in playing his flute, protect you all. You might ask, well, Krishna lifted the Govardhana hill. Now for flute playing, one needs two hands, no? Otherwise, a very limited range of melodies can be produced. That's in your case, not in Krishna's case. Krishna's flute plays even without Krishna blowing into the flute and moving his hands over the holes. When the wind comes into the flute, it produces extraordinary melodies on its own. It's a servant of Krishna who can make the impossible possible. The flute is a conscious living being. So in this way, you could see that underneath the mountain there was a big festival of love going out. Jiva Goswami describes it in Gopal Champu like this. While outside there were great rainstorms, roaring wind, hard hail, ice came down, thunder and dark clouds, which caused suffering. Inside, there was no rain. There were sweet voices. The Vrajbasis would talk to each other. See Krishna, see this aspect of Krishna. There were pleasant breezes. Krishna arranged that there were good air coming back and forth. There were attractive songs. they would sing, there were rays of light, and Krishna, with his remarkable beauty, produced extraordinary happiness. Yes, there was outside, there was going on one thing, and inside there was going on something else. Let us go for a moment to the outside. As Indra was sending down these clouds, he observed from high up what was happening, and he redoubled his efforts, and he shouted like a maniac, "Soon you will all be dead." Indra became, but to make sure, he sent a scout to go down to tell him directly on site what was happening. And the scout came back and said, "By eating your offerings, it seems to me that that mountain became very strong and stout." "Yes," said Indra, "I don't care so much about the mountain. What's with all the people, the animals? Aren't they already dead?" The scout said, "We didn't see any animals and people. They must have been burnt by your Braja." Not Braja, your Vraj. No, what is it called? Vraja. It's a thunderbolt. Indra, he's a very intelligent being, felt a little doubt. "What, you didn't see anyone dead? You didn't see anyone? Go again and tell me after looking very carefully." So the same scout returned, and this time he saw underneath the mountain a whole subterranean town, fields, pools, happy people. He saw Yashoda, who was telling Krishna, "Stop your flute playing for a moment and eat now. Even if you are now not hungry, you need to get some strength for this. And also, no one will eat here if you don't eat." And the hungry growling of their stomachs is drowning out the noise from the thunder outside. So she said, "Even if you are restless, you will maybe not eat. But if you don't eat, the people here will not eat. So eat something so that they can eat, and the stomach symphonies, or what is it called? Stomach noises will start." So Krishna was listening. He gave his flute to Shubal and received from Mother Yashoda's hand some food, which he put while at the same time lifting it. So the scout saw all this. And when he saw the loving dealings of the Brijbasis with Krishna, he felt love arise in his heart. My dear devotees, let us stop here. If we don't yet feel love for Krishna like myself, then you have to study others who love Krishna. And you have to follow ultimately in their example. Jiva Goswami says, just by hearing about the loving dealings between the Brijbasis and Krishna, love comes in our heart. This is normal. We see a reflection of this in this world. I was always afraid of horses because they have such big feet, and when they kick, as a boy I thought, don't go close to a horse. Then I saw one of my best friends who had a horse who said, let's come and see our horse. And the friend was dealing so lovingly with the horse, and the horse was dealing so lovingly with my friend. It was mutual love that I thought, wow, horses are lovable. And I got my own horse, Max, Maximilian, long name, but Max, because I developed a relationship to horses which I had watched with a fearful attitude. I got a loving relationship to the horses by watching my friend dealing lovingly with the horse and getting loving emotions from the horse. Yes, 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 yes. So you follow, so that's why we also need to hear about the devotees of Krishna, how they feel towards Krishna, and that will awaken something in our hearts which have become so empty because of Kali Yuga. Yes, 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 yes. So the scout saw a totally different scene. He saw a loving scene, and by seeing it, he became attached, and he did not want to go back to see Indra. He was, as you say in English, hanging around. He delayed his departure and just looked and looked from various perspectives and became very, very amazed and very loving towards the Lord. Finally, he returned to Indra and his ministers, and Indra said, "So, your report." The scout said, "I'm sorry for my news. O king, control your emotions, if possible." Inside, under the hill, Nanda and the people and a host of cows and calves and animals are enjoying a festival of bliss. Remember, Indra's attack was towards Krishna and his devotees. He got into a delirium. He started to throw one thunderbolt after another down. He screamed. It's a Vajra, Indra's lightning bolts. He screamed, and after a volley, it's called, one after the other, he thought, now they are finally finished. Go again. So the scout came back. Your thunderbolt did not have any effect. It didn't make a single leaf fall down from Giriraj. Nor did your thunderbolts create a problem to even a single ant. The animals have no problem. As for the people, they didn't even see your thunderbolts. They are tossed about in the ocean of love for their master. It seems the word suffering has no significance for the people of Vrindavan. Wonderful. So now Indra said, okay, they want it. I saved it, but now they are going to get it. And he picked the ultimate weapon, the thunderbolt or Vajra of Dadichi. Nothing can resist this thunderbolt. Only we have heard the power of the Lord, the power of Narayan. But as he was just throwing it, Krishna thought, 7 days and nights are over. We have had our loving pastimes, everyone has seen. He decided to end the nonsense of Indra for good. First, he paralyzed Indra's arm so that Indra couldn't move his arm. Still, the thunderbolt escaped his hand. Then Krishna paralyzed Dadichi's thunderbolt, which stood in midair. Then Krishna disassembled all the clouds. He froze the presiding deities, and then Indra began to wake up. This is very important. Indra saw he was powerless. Indra saw, this is my master who has corrected me. He has not killed me, although he should have, but he is the Lord of sweetness. He has only stopped me. And he became repentant. At that moment came a servant of Kamsa. He was a yaksha. And he said, oh, Kamsa sends news. He has heard how you had attacked Vrindavan. He has heard how you attacked his arch enemy Krishna. He's very proud of you. He very much likes you. He wants to make a good allegiance with you. Indra said, oh no! The demons love me because I have become a demon. I have turned like the demons against Krishna. Oh no! Oh no! Fie upon me! And here, and Krishna noticed. And here a very important point comes. Krishna noted the sincere repentance of Indra. When Krishna sees a conditioned soul repenting his wayward ways, his, going away from Krishna, this feeling of repentance, oh, I did wrong. I made a mistake. I joined the side of Krishna's enemies. What now? What now? When Krishna sees this sincere repentance, he makes an arrangement. My dear devotees, for all of us, it is good if we can arrive at this spiritual place, being repentant for our foolish ways, being repentant of our envy, of our pride, of our materialistic attachments. It doesn't mean that you become super first class. No, you may still be attached. You may still be, but your heart is not in it any longer. And Krishna wants your bhakti, your devotion, more, and he became active. And what I will tell you now is directly from, I never knew about this. Much of this class I have to give, I listened to Indradumna Maharaj, and he told me told something where I started to take notes because I had not heard it. Krishna thought, what should I do now with Indra? He's repentant. How can I help him? He immediately forgave Indra. Krishna forced Indra into a trance. in which he was freed from the mode of passion. Indra was no longer trembling with anger. And then he gave him a vision which is so divine that even the greatest yogis who meditate many thousands of years have not even an idea that there is this type of samadhi existing. Indra saw Krishna upon 1,000-petaled lotus. He saw him dressed as a cowherd boy, a small boy, ornamented with jewels and garlands. And Krishna had a firm grip on his flute, whom he loved. He loved his flute so much. And that vision of Krishna's bluish black form removed all the ignorance in Indra's heart. And by Krishna's mercy, he could remember a very special prayer that his own spiritual master Brihaspati had told him way back in the past. My dear devotees, and my dear skeptics, I'm addressing those who stumbled into this call. If you can look at Lord Krishna's form, the deity form, while you do devotional activities like chanting japa or kirtan, that transcendental form will act in the heart to remove the long-lasting ignorance. Looking at Krishna's form is very good. What you can do also is think a little bit of interior design. In other words, do some changes in your apartment. Have you seen when you look at Burijan's screen, Burijan Prabhu's screen, so many pictures are there and photos of Vrindavan and things which remind him of Vrindavan. So put some good photos, some good pictures up. This will act in removing your ignorance. This is a Udipan. So in this purified state, he could remember the things which he had forgotten. That prayer. This is a powerful prayer. It has been revealed by Krishna to Brahma. Brahma gave it to the 4 Kumaras. The 4 Kumaras gave it in Pushkara to Angira, and Angira gave it to Brihaspati. And when Indra was fighting his war against the Vritasura, you know that demon, Vrita means a circle. He encircled everything with his power, and he was losing the battle. Brihaspati had come to him and said, I give you a prayer. By the power of this prayer, you will be victorious. So it is said that a person who regularly recites this prayer will attain pure devotion and will become an associate of Lord Krishna in his next life. And in this life, now, he will be free from miseries. No fear of any panic. And panic here, what is it? Epidemia? Pandemic. No fear. He will be free from miseries of birth, death, old age, disease, and death. I'm reading. And even in his dreams, he will not see the god of death, Yamaraj, and he will also not see the servants of Yamaraj at the moment of death, because he will go to the abode of Krishna. Would you like to know this prayer? You are all muted, so you cannot say. I see, let me see, if you have an eager expression in your face. One needs to be very eager to receive the prayer, otherwise it will not work so much. It's an amazing prayer. It's very long, and I personally believe, based on the Skanda Purana, that all the benefits which you can get from austerities, from prayers, from studying Shastra, it can be obtained from chanting the holy name, because the Lord has given all his power into the holy name. So there is all the power you need in the holy name. So if you allow me, because of the short time, and if you I will just summarize the prayer. In the beginning, Indra says he appears, the prayer says, the Lord Krishna appears in yuga after yuga, age after age, and in various forms. And who is that Lord who appears here in various forms? He is one Lord only, that is Lord Krishna, the son of Yashoda. And he describes something about Krishna. He has an artistic sound in his flute. It's extraordinary artistic. He has indescribable beauty. He is together with Srimati Radharani and other devotees for whom he is more dear than life. He has human-like pastimes in his original abode of Srivandavan. And he does many things. In these pastimes, you sometimes calm, Srimati Radharani's hair, and put luck on her feet. You sometimes even chew the betel nuts that are already chewed by her. And sometimes you will sit with her in a secluded grove where you cannot be found. So he talks about these leelas, and then he says, "O Supreme Personality of Godhead." I think you can also, I will say it very slowly so that you can enter the spirit of this prayer. Oh, Supreme Personality of Godhead, O you who engage in a multitude of pastimes throughout eternity, I, your humble servant, offer my obeisances to you again and again and yet again. After he had ended the prayer, this vision which he received in the trance which Krishna gave him disappeared. He came out of his trance and, embarrassed, he thought, Krishna is my master. He has appeared as a cowherd boy and hauled up the mountain. No one can therefore harm Govardhana or the Brajavasis again. So filled with remorse and weighted down by hundreds of sorrows, he boarded his celestial airplane and he left Braj to go back to his abode. Later he had many thoughts about what had happened. He came to Krishna, taking his permission. My dear devotees, I have called this life lessons of the Govardhana Leela. Where can the devotees find this prayer? I will send it to Prashanta, and Prashanta will put it on the Vrindavan. I suggest I can send it to Prashanta, this prayer. No? Type it and send it to Prashanta. So, it comes from the Brahma Vaivarta Purana. It is known to me only in the English language, but I know that Krishna speaks English. I've heard he speaks all languages. So, what do I wish to take out of this as a life lessons? There are two beings, the infallible and the fallible. Those who are with Krishna as his associates are infallible, and they have a rasa, a direct loving relationship. And everyone here in this world, without any exception, may he be Brahma or an ant. Well, there are exceptions. There are these great souls who are beyond ignorance. But they are very few. So everyone else is a fallible living entity who can fall under the influence of the modes of nature and so on. Indra gives us a good example about someone who he knew Krishna. He knew. Indra is also a devotee, but he became covered for a moment, and he gives us an example of a very important tool. A tiny little implement, if you so want, that is given to us human beings in this world. It is this little tool which can bring us to a place where ordinarily we are denied access. Simple English. By this one tool which Krishna has given us, we can go to a place where we cannot go on our own. This simple implement is prayer. Through prayers, you can be transported to a place where you just cannot go on your own. Because Krishna listens to prayers. I like you to imagine a scene in the dusk. Now it becomes a little intense. You go through a forest. Darkness settles in. All of a sudden you hear from inside the forest a scream. I won't do it. Help! And it reaches your ear. Imagine another scene. Someone goes through the town. Again, darkness comes. And as he goes into a lonely street, he hears screaming. I won't do it. Fire. One word. help of fire, what will you do? If you go through the forest and you hear this, if you're a brave person, you will run into the forest. You will pick up a stick as you are running, because you know it's time to remember what you've learned in your Kung Fu lessons. If you are not a brave person, you will immediately turn around. You will run to the next, well, normally people have telephone. You will phone the police. You will say, I heard someone screaming, and come, you know, and so on. You will change everything when you hear this one simple word. When you walk through the town and darkness comes and you hear this one single word, fire, you will also do everything you can according to how you are. You will run into the apartment and see if you can enter the bathroom still and put all the water up and then flood the apartment and take a bucket and throw. Or if you are not such an active person, you will go also and call the fire brigade. No, you will act. One word. Not a lot of philosophy to convince you. One single word changes everything. Why? Because this word has a quality to it, a very particular quality. It's chanted with 100% conviction, chanted or called out. In Old English language, this word has height, depth, length, and breadth. And this is how you need to chant. You need to chant with height, length, depth, and breadth. What do I mean with this? Height refers when you pray or you chant. Pray with all your capacities, on full, you know, all your capabilities, all your personality is fully on the heights of your emotion, your presence. You are on your heights. You are on top of this. Depth refers when you chant or pray. Put the depth of your knowledge into it, your depth of your understanding. I am a soul. I'm not the body here. And Krishna is my only Lord, is the only Lord. Put the length, chant with length. It means you will not stop until the Lord comes. Or at least His help arrives. You know, some clarity, some devotees. No? You know, when someone is in an emergency situation in the forest and screams help, he will not stop until help comes. If someone is trapped in an apartment and there is blazing fire, he will keep on trying to communicate to the outside world by phone or by calling out of the window or just screaming in terror, fire, until the help comes. And breath means when you chant and when you pray, look left and right. So many spiritualists suffer because, as Dadu said, they are the worstest of the fish. They are selfish. Do you remember Burijan quoted Dadu? Dadu, very humble Vaishnav, he said, I'm the worstest fish. I'm selfish. In spiritual life, if you remain selfish and you don't think of the breath, then it is very difficult to make advancement. So remember, with all your mind, chant, don't hold back, pray, don't hold back. Chant with depth, or pray with depth, with all that you know and believe. Chant or pray with length, long enough until the answer comes. And finally, chant with bandwidth or breath. It's with a D, not breath like, but breath. I can only speak like a child, the English language. Think of others' welfare as well. Pray for them as well. Avoid self-centeredness. Hare Krishna. So, now let me look at the time. Oops. Where are we? What? I'm exactly in time, I hear. So I will go to the questions. From Vaijajanti Devidasi, Germany. Wow. Indra could not see the signs and could not understand the message of his spies. It often happens to us that we also cannot see the signs sent by Krishna. What can help us become more sensitive to Krishna's signs? I know you are a deep devotee, so I have to really come up with an answer. When you do not react to signs, the normal thing that happens is you enter into a space where you are suffering. Someone who is not willing to change, because first of all he cannot understand that he should change, and then he cannot read the signs that tell him change. You know, people telling him, I think something is wrong. His health telling him, oh my God, I'm always sick. Is that the mind and the body are closely related? Could there be a relationship? Is there something which I should be changing? So if you cannot see the sign, you will most probably go into a miserable state of life. You will develop also a material perspective, most probably, or you will just suffer. Let us stay with suffering. That is how the universe teaches us human beings, or how the laws of karma, that is laws of the universe, by which the universe function, they teach us. So at that time you should see, I don't want to go on as a miserable person. I must find out what I'm doing wrong. And really, the only way I have found is to ask devotees around you. Usually the devotees who can see these things, they have made the experience, if you tell someone what they cannot see, that someone begins to attack back. You misunderstood me. This is usually the reaction. So devotees who can see will usually start by saying, what do you think? What do you feel? How would you answer the question? That's tactical preaching. But if you really want to know, you will have to prove those who are a little up, so that they are not afraid of you by telling you where your blind spots are. This is very heavy for a conditioned soul. To understand his or her blind spot is, some devotees with whom I have spoken about this have said, we don't tell the devotees any longer because we suffered so much from this telling. So you will have to convince devotees that you are ready to hear. And but also devotees don't see everything, you know. Sometimes Krishna withholds the information, and we have to go on a little bit more pressure until we finally say, enough is enough. The Sanskrit scripture, Sharika scripture says, most conditioned souls turn to Krishna because of suffering. Unless there's suffering, they don't turn to Krishna. So when you don't follow okay, let us be now very positive. To read the signs which are there for you, ask devotees, pray to Krishna, please show me in a way that I can understand and see what needs to be changed. And Krishna answers. Answers if he sees you bring this one element of repenting your way. If you're asking in a repentful way, I've ignored the signs, or I have not done what I should do, Krishna, it's really bad. Then Krishna usually answers, like Indra first needed to come to the repentant state, then he was put into this trance where he could see everything. That is my answer. But we can speak when we meet next. I know you. I know who you are. So, what? Krishna is there. He asked how long. Well, I think I have taken a lot of time. I have taken 1 hour, 30 minutes, right? So, my dear devotees, if there are many more questions, I see. We have to respect the time limits because our next presentation is coming there, and devotees might have put in. They have their time limits, and I really want all of us to look at the presentation of Jagatarini Mataji. So, just in closing, I wish to say, if there are questions, Bhuijan Prabhu and myself will be available tomorrow for questions and answers, and it will be really interactive. So please bring your questions and answers, send them in to Prashanta, and we will have them. We will try to answer them as good as we can. It's not always easy when you don't see the person, but we will pray that the right words come from us. I mean, Bhurijan Prabhu always knows the right. He is the wise Bhurijan, but I will pray. Good. Let us now end this call and go to Jagatarini. Prashanta, are you there? Do you hear me?
Oh yes, Maharaj, very well. We are hearing you.
Good. So please bring us to the next session.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you. Thank you so much for these wonderful presentations and meditations. There were many questions. I want to tell the devotees that something very nice is that because there are many questions, so some of the questions we have already sent to Maharaj, and he has very kindly agreed to answer the questions offline. We already received at least 5 answers, and they are video clips of Maharaj's answers. So a link to these answers will be sent to you through the WhatsApp broadcast. We may also put it on the chat. So you will receive the link and you can go on YouTube and watch the answers. So this is wonderful. And if Maharaj gets time, he will answer more questions that way. And as I said, tomorrow we are having 1 hour and 15 minutes of question answer. Thank you to all those who have contributed. And keep sending, it's okay. We will try to deal with them. So, well, we have a little few seconds, few minutes here of presentation about one of Maharaj's books by Rameshwari Devidasi. So let us hear from her just for a few minutes before we immerse ourselves again in the images of Govardhana. Rameshwari? Oh, yes. Rameshwari, can you speak?
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Here I'll be giving you some little information about Maharaj's books. So these are the books that you're seeing. The Living Name, the Gayatri book, Nam Rahasya, the Nectarian Ocean of Holy Name, and Broken Names. So I would especially talk about the Living Name. This is the most recent book by Maharaj on the Holy Name. This book is, it teaches us to chant with absorption and also helps us to get a taste for the Holy Name. You could use this book like a daily chanting guide, because it's filled with exercises and practical applications. And you will also see very beautiful artworks inside this book. You can look at them and meditate on the theme that they are trying to describe. So this is about the Living Name, and these are some of the other books. So next. Where do you find them? You find them all over the world. Like you find them in Europe, India, North America, UK also. So in Europe, you go to blservices.com, and in India, you can send an email to ramyasn@yahoo.com. And if you're in North America, you can go to krishna.com. And UK, again, you send an email to devikumari.sns@gmail.com. And of course, there is also an online store, sachinandanswami.com/e-shop. So you can order your books from there as well. A little bit more information about the Living Name is, you would be very interested to hear the meditations and exercises from these books spoken by Maharaj himself. So this is available in soundcloud.com. You please go to the channel called Sachinandana Swami and you will be able to get them. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Rameshwari. We will be circulating this information on the WhatsApp broadcast. So don't worry if you couldn't catch the addresses and so on. And take advantage of these valuable books. Srila Prabhupada instructed his disciples to write books, to write down their realizations. So this is what is happening. Along with Srila Prabhupada's books, we can enrich ourselves by reading the books of his disciples. And of course, in the future, we shall be reading the books of the grand disciples, and thus the Guru Parampara will continue. Let us go to a most magic place, not very far, actually very close to Eravatakund. Lies yet another wonderful expanse of sacred water in the form of Surabhikund. And today we are going to spend within the expense of 15 minutes, we are going to spend the afternoon and the evening at Surabhikund. Please watch this wonderful adventure here. This is entitled Lights of Love at Surabhikund.
Krishna, who was holding up Govardhana hill, he made fun of Indra's terrible lightning-filled, sun-eclipsing, ferociously thundering clouds, propelled by hurricane winds and garlanded with rainbows. The great rains, the hurricane winds making sounds of janja, the lightning and the terrible garlands of clouds have all gone. The sun peacefully shines on everyone in the sky. And then he looked at everyone under the hill and said, "O heroes flooded with bliss, now you may all fearlessly go outside." O handsome Lord Govinda, we happily bow down to offer our respects to you. Please be kind and give to us a drop of the pure love that completely eclipses the moon of non-devotional philosophy. O Lord, who by strongly lifting Govardhana hill humbled Indra, who shook his thunderbolt and sent many terrible clouds. O Lord, who with your transcendental form eclipses the splendor of black bees, with that form you delighted the palace roofs decorated with blue lotuses. O Lord Govinda, O bliss of Nanda's house, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Giriraj is there. And he's still awake. And he can hear everything. And he really likes it. He gets so much pleasure that when the devotees chant sincerely Krishna's names and glorify Krishna, he gets so much pleasure that he rains blessings and mercy on everyone. So we are so fortunate that we are in the presence of Giriraj Govardhana.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki. Bolo Maharaj Maharaj. Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Jai Jai Shri. Everyone loudly. Hey. Sham. Hare Krishna. You'll sleep well tonight, I think.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri Surabikunda ki jai. We still have more videos tomorrow, beginning tomorrow morning with Yamuna Darshan. Please don't miss it. So now we are going to proceed with our last presentation for the day, nectar coming from Jagatarini Mataji's mouth. We are going to hear about the third of the sacred trees of the Vrindavan forest. So let us hear from her immediately.
Om Agyana Timarandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuan Militam Jinha Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namne Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna. Welcome. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So, I welcome you all to the third of our presentations. The trees want to tell their stories. I promised you that this last place that we would visit would be a little surprise, because I wanted to get you to come back for this third session and not to get distracted by something or another that might take your attention away. So here we are, and our third tree and our third place that we're visiting is a very old pilu tree that grows in the courtyard of the Radhakanta temple atop a small hill in the wonderfully friendly village of Javat. Now, Javat is around about 2.5 kilometers from Nandagram, and this was where Radha lived for some time. And she would go up on the roof, and from the roof of Javat she would look towards Nandagram. And Krishna, thinking of Radha, would go up onto the roof of the Nanda Bhavan where he was living and look across the fields towards Javat. Javat is a place of separation, but it's also a place of nourishment, because separation nourishes and deepens the emotions that are felt of love when meeting. There are 2 ways to get to Nandagram from Javat. One way is that you walk to the main road and then you go straight to Nandagram and you're there. The other way is you cross diagonally through the fields and you arrive also at Nandagram. And during the morning, when Radha would go to Nandagram to cook for Krishna, she liked to take the diagonal path through the groves and forests, and sometimes, particularly, she would visit one Kadamba grove called Tir Kadamba. That place we will hear about another time. So many wonderful stories, so many wonderful trees, so much to meditate upon, so much to yearn for in the midst of our busy lives, or in the midst of our worries about political and social and economic and academic circumstances. So much separation holds us back from being with Krishna. And as we begin to realize the value and importance of being in his company, in his service and offering ourselves as servants to him here in this world, but also gradually in eternal Vrindavan, in Nitya Vrindavan. Srila Prabhupada spoke often about how there are different relationships or rasas that we share with Krishna. And he tells us that these are reflected pervertedly here in this world. So 5 primary principles of loving affairs are there in the spiritual world. And Krishna consciousness means to practice Krishna consciousness while we are here in this material body. And after giving up this body, we enter into the spiritual world for factually participating with Krishna. This is the Krishna consciousness movement. This is what these trees want to tell us. Please, they say, please make your intention stronger to join your real life in the spiritual world. This place is known as Javat, and I was reflecting upon the fact that I was visiting there only weeks before I left India and the COVID began. Perhaps all of us have our own moments of reflection on things we were doing that we took for granted or thought we would do over and over again. And now, with this special time, we find ourselves constricted in some way or another. Javat is a special place. I made a short recording while I was there, and I'd like to share that with you, as well as explaining a couple of other things before and after I do so. So the first thing I would like to explain to you is that Javat is the place of Jatila, Kutila, and Abhimanyu. These 3 persons live in this village. And in this temple, to the left-hand side of the altar, you will see them confined to a small room. But on the altar itself, for the pleasure of all those who get to visit Javat, you will see the beautiful deities of Sri Sri Radha Kanta. Here you will see Radha and Krishna together. But in the stories that you will hear, the Leela of Javat, you will find many difficulties for Radha and Krishna to meet when Radha was residing here. So we've arrived now at a place known as Javat. Javat is the place where Radharani resides, with many obstacles between herself and meeting Krishna. You see, this is a sort of ordinary, mundane thing to say, but when somebody is trying to get to know somebody, they may date them. And whilst they're dating them, both parties are on their very best behavior because they want to impress the other. And then they like each other, they feel comfortable with each other, they know all the good qualities of the other person very well, and then they decide to get married. right? This happens all the time. When they get married, something changes. It's like now they have the security and they have the ownership of the other person. And because they have the security and the ownership of the relationship with the other person, something changes, as I said. And what changes is that anticipation and excitement and uncertainty of possibility or difficulty in meeting. Does this person like me very much or not? Will this person be the man or lady of my dreams? How can we meet? Getting around all kinds of obstacles. There's an intensification of the sense of togetherness because we did this for each other. So this is an ordinary worldly example, but you can get an idea of what I'm sharing with you. That for Krishna and Radha, in eternal love, there has to be many obstacles to overcome in order to meet. So Javat is a place, you could say, of difficulties. Or it's a place where Radha and Krishna try to meet, surmounting many difficulties. The tree in Javat is an old tree. It's a pilu tree. And pilu trees grow and writhe and turn, and their branches go like this in an amazing fashion that is very similar to the special nature of the pastimes, the sweetness and the mysteries of the pastimes in Vrindavan itself. Some of these pictures were taken many, many, many years ago, and some of them are taken more recently. First of all, this is an old temple from hundreds of years ago, and the temple was constructed on this hill, this small hill, representing the place where Jyotila and Kutila lived, and where Radharani also resided. And this tree, this Javat pilu tree, would have been living here at this spot before the temple was constructed, because the temple has been constructed around this tree. So this tree itself is also very old. This tree is like a very silent, honest, devoted servant. Whenever I've come here, I've seen that the tree is surrounded by a homely setting. There are only 2 or 3 Babas who live here, and somehow the temple always looks homely. And at any moment, a family of monkeys can come running down the branches of that tree into the courtyard of this small temple. So this tree, it provides shade in the summer and is very best when the courtyard is full of Vaishnavas and they're listening to the Leela of Radha and Krishna that took place here in Java. In the early 90s, I heard about Javat, and I visited there frequently. In that little room on the left-hand side of the altar stood 3 very dilapidated figures. Now, at that time, I had a service which I had created for myself, I had a little fund. And I came here to Javat and I made a set of clothes for these deities. And I even offered to help with renovation of a room upstairs on the roof. And the Baba in charge was very pleased and suggested that if any time my husband or I wanted to come to Javat, you can live in the little room on the roof. So in 1996, I convinced a friend of mine that we should go together to Javat on the last day of Kartik and spend the night there. We set out for Javat with our sleeping bags. We arrived in Javat about 6 o'clock in the evening. It was getting almost dark. And when we came in, we saw that the Baba was not there. And instead there were two younger pujaris, neither of whom I knew very well. When we suggested that we wanted to stay in the room on the roof, they said it was not suitable. We couldn't stay. And they suggested we could stay in the same area where they were sleeping. So I said to my friend, what will we do? And she had a suggestion. She said, why don't we go into that little room on the left and close the doors? And so we took our stuff very quietly, we put it in the room, and we closed and locked the door from the inside, only to find that there we were, standing before Jyotila, Kutila, and Abhimanyu. We were huddled together to keep ourselves warm, and all of a sudden I realized I'm lying here at the feet of Kutila, Jyotila, and Abhimanyu. And in the morning, I sat on the roof to watch the sun come up. A group of village people came in singing, because this was the end of their Kartik Vrat as well. And we very quietly left as they were engaging in their worship, and we disappeared from that scene. I was never sure whether to donate money to fix up poor old Jyotila, Kutila, and Abhimanyu, because they were not deities. I thought it was more appropriate to offer some service to Radha Kanta. But I have seen that of late they have been restored and some kind person has fixed them up, and they stand there in that little room to remind people that Jyotila, Kutila, and Abhimanyu cause obstacles to Radha meeting with Krishna. So there are so many leelas that take place here in Javat, and they're always very funny. Sometimes Krishna comes as a begging Brahmin boy to break Radharani's mood of anger, and sometimes he comes as a bangle seller or as the daughter of the Baba who massages Radharani's lotus feet. Sometimes he comes as a Sakhi, a friend who wants to understand something from Radha. And sometimes he comes in disguise as a doctor or as a singer. And in all these different leelas, Krishna is so expert and funny, and Radharani is always charmed by him. And oftentimes dear elderly Jyotila will inadvertently bring Radha and Krishna closer together. It's very humorous, very, very funny pastimes. Let me read to you what Srimati Radharani's residence here in Javat was like. King Bishopanu built a separate residence for his daughter Radha, north of Jyotirla's inner chamber, and had this residence decorated with different kinds of artful handicraft and an incomparably beautiful, elegant moon tower. In this watchtower there were pillars, verandas, roofs, and a courtyard, as well as other rooms, sitting platforms, and gates. The eyes of those who behold this building, that is illuminated with jeweled lamps and has many nice pictures, are astonished. Above the cloud-like sapphire balconies on this moon tower are rows and rows of the most charming silver swans. The peacocks, looking at this bluish balcony, take it to be their friend, the cloud. But when they see the lines of silver swans that are their enemies, they again contract their tail feathers. In the middle of this moon tower is a room where Sri Radhika's maidservants clean her sitting place, her dining table and her bed by smearing them all with sandalwood pulp. When the water is dried up, they spread out a soft rug made from the hair of a runku deer, and in topmost bliss they hang a canopy inset with pearls there. One maidservant cleans the golden and jeweled vessels. Another one fetches water that is appropriate for the season, cold in the winter or hot in the summer. And another one places a pillow on a jeweled bench which was covered with sheets of different colors. Another maidservant kept Radha's clothes and jeweled ornaments of the previous day, all in a box after cleaning them. Her bangles jingled loudly as she opened the box. And another maidservant began to crush camphor, vermilion, and sandalwood. Meanwhile, the sounds of the churning of butter and of the Brahmins chanting the Vedas became audible everywhere in the village. The cows would call their calves with their mooing, but they were drowned out by the sound of the Brahmanas chanting. Gradually all the people woke up and sat up in their beds and considered their duties of the day. And then they eagerly went to the house of Nanda, king of Braj, to see Krishna. This is just a little bit of a taste of what we cannot see here in Javat. And that's why we need to hear, because by hearing from those who are transcendental and who can see, we can learn to see with the eyes of our heart. And we can learn to pray to this sacred tree who has been here longer than all the pujaris who come and go, and who stands here in great fortune, offering the opportunity to those who enter this place to seek blessings so that we also can develop our understanding of the glories of Radha and Krishna. So it is here in Javat that Srimati Radharani wakes up in the morning and her maidservants bathe and dress her so she looks exquisitely beautiful, all for the purpose of giving Krishna pleasure. And Krishna, meanwhile in Nandagram, wakes up in the morning and his servants bathe and dress him, and he is immediately thinking, how can I meet with Radha? So Radha and Krishna can never be separated. And the part that Javat plays is very important because it produces this kind of taste. But Radha and Krishna are inseparable. And so Javat is meant simply for their happiness. Thank you so much for coming again to our third of these presentations, and I hope that in future we can do many more. I wish you all a successful year ahead, regardless of what challenges we may face, and that very, very soon we'll be meeting together as before by the side of Giriraj.